Today's story is a simple one. So we're just I don't have a good story option, so let's just make it up. Birds of a feather flock together. Saiko Magoichi is a bird, and he wants friends. So he heard that if he goes into the depths of the underworld, that he might make friends. So he's gonna try that. He's gonna try to show all his cool skills, his cool moves. So, yes, friendship. That's why we're going to the depths. I'm out of ideas at this point. Yeah, this guy making friends. Yeah, just roll with it, guys. Now, what shall I use today? What should I start with is the question. Did I see the video when the governor of Naples, Italy, banned fireworks for New Year's Eve? Nope. By the way, what was the weapon of choice other than rifle? Cannon. I don't know, dude. I don't know. The entire city was just fireworks? Yeah, what is... You want Tom Glaive? Yeah, I can start with that. Just YouTube it and first one if I want to watch it later. Yeah, I probably will. The Discord link should probably be changed. Did I not update it right? I thought I did. Oh! My mistake. I did not. I think... Let me update it properly. At some point. Let me check. Hold up, I gotta get... I think I updated... I know I updated something, but I guess I forgot to... Okay, where... there we go. Okay. The bottom one should work. The one under the about page works. I just tested it right now. Yeah, it works, but it's a browser link. It's not meant for mobile. But I can... That's the only difference. Was it a moobot command? God damn it, that's why I need to not use moobot and shit. Okay, that should change it now. Nah, it's fine, man. Okay, so I got it. Like, this is all the type of stuff I don't really spend too much time with. But that's a browser link. I guess I can update it at some point so it's not a browser link, but that's just what I have for now. Not too much, Nioh King. How are you? Roos, I'm doing pretty good. Oh, you do have Fox Soul cores? Nice. Yeah, definitely a lot of fun to work with. Hey, yeah. We got through 2021. Hey, what's up, Nerf Herder? Sure. At this point, I don't think I care that much. Alright, so let's start with Tonfa Glaive. Oh yeah, I just realized you guys can't see my controller. Mic check. Okay, everything should be good. Saika is looking for friends because he heard birds of a feather flock together. I'm not a Gaki, man. Come on. Nice. Really nice. Yasha's are weirdly passive. It throws me off. Well, I think Oboro Guruma and Yasha were considered high tier until DLC 3. And then it's like, well, relatively speaking, I guess... Oh, don't die again. I died again. Good job. I think that's all that happened. It's like, well, Suiki is crazier than Yasha, therefore Yasha gets bumped down. That's pretty much it. I think the issue with Yasha is just like, she's just oddly passive at times. It's just kind of weird. It throws me off all the time. Oh, by the... Oh, you're talking about Omega drops. That's weird. I do what? Shit. I shouldn't have aggroed the Konaki GG. I should have cleared everything else first. How do I do what? Konaki GG is an enemy that punishes you for being too reckless. And I was being reckless, so I died. The yokai counter? You deplete all their ki using a burst counter, and you have a chance. Then you can do the yokai, you can transform briefly. Well, it's not like you're popping yokai shift, but you'll very briefly be transformed so you can do things. You can do a yokai shift grapple. But you have to fully deplete their ki for that to work. Hey, you guys are the Gakis, not me. Why did I think of paralyzing this? It's already dead. Nioh Enma cosplay 2022? What? Oh yeah, look at these amazing combos. What amazing combos. Such a great player. Woo. Haha, get Bakugani'd. Get Bakugani. Your brother got killed by a Gaki. It was so funny. Was it? Triple kill! Dude, focus. Yeah! Dude, totally focus on one weapon. Don't try to learn everything at once, man. Dude, fuck off! No! Thanks for eating all of my fucking ki. Yeah, totally do just one weapon first time. Just take it nice and slow. Damn it, thought that would work. See, she just stood there and took it. Like, that's why I don't really care too much about Yasha. And she can throw me off because it's like she pretty much is waiting for your turn. Best use. shit! Noriona, not very... It's one of the reasons I don't like Noriona. It's just... It's pure paralysis, and there are many moments where that's just not gonna work. Hey, what's up, Disgruntled? Dude, get up! Oh. I do unfortunately have to kill some of these things. Pain. Where the fuck are you going? Dude, fuck off. God damn it. What is she doing? Look, she's just been here the whole time. What the fuck is this? Look how awkward this is. She's just gonna stand there. Okay, thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, she totally bugged out there. Really? Itsamade fell down. Great. Why do they have to put Itsamade in the tightest spots? Look at this shit. Just get better at the game? I mean, I always agree with that. Damn it, I didn't demon dance quickly enough. Yeah, this is a much better spot compared to the Soya village, you're right. It's just... It's not a good one. Hey, what's up, Sifu? god. Dude, this is just going all wrong. Thought I countered it, I pulled out my cannon. Just fucking shit up. Oh well. Shit happens. I gotta do this again. Holy shit. Yep, first floor. My demon dance is off by just enough. Shit! That enemy always gives me trouble no matter what. Fun enemy though. How you doing? Okay. Yeah, there's an audio bug there. Why is Tsamade Soul Core only level 2? I have like, I have a level, whatchamacallit, I have level 30s. Did I change my schedule? Oh, I just had lunch with my wife. She got the booster shot, so she wasn't doing so well. Oh, when it drops, it only has 2 levels as opposed to 3. I got no idea why, Roos. That killed a Yasha, didn't it? Oh well. I know. What's Team Ninja doing? Taking a lot of hits today. You know, I like how it says it's paralyzed, except it's not. You love that. Don't you love a glitchy spider on top of that? Look at this. Return of the neck pillow? I mean, I got it next to me, I just don't need it. Look, it's the purple new Peppo just hanging out. Having a good time, I guess. What's a better reposition tool to just get away a little far? Crimson Lotus or Devastation? I don't use either for a reposition, I just dodge. Have I thought about a depths run where I only can use the soul cores that drop in the current level? Thought of it. I could try a loot game if there's enough interest in that, but I'm not super interested in that myself anyway. Yeah, basically use what you get type of run. I've seen other streamers do that, and it seems kind of cool. But I'm not... I'm right now just much more entertained by just trying things out at my leisure. Having zero restrictions. I get the idea behind it. You just use with whatever drops, right? I mean, the idea is cool. I just don't know how fun it would be for me. Because right now, I guess what I do is I just say, hey, you guys tell me what to use, I'll use it. I don't mind using whatever. So, it's obviously it's not the same thing, but more or less, I'm not deciding what I'm playing. Honestly, I'm fine with just doing what I'm doing now, like, for a long time. Put it more simply, I'm having fun with what I'm doing. I have no reason to change. If there was a greater enjoyment possible with that, then I'd consider it, but I'm like, well, I kind of just enjoy having the freedom to pick whatever I want, whenever I want. When are we going to see stat resets so you can play with ultimate stats? I don't need ultimate stats, so I won't use them. It would be overkill for me at this point. I'm so used to my setup that any increase in power, no matter what way, shape, or form, would disengage me. You think some kind of Gaki mod would... Okay. This is how I feel inside. You're asking in terms of utility purposes? Ultimate skill for instant Q-pulse buffs? Yeah, I don't need that. Hey, what's up, Blood Hunter? Seriously, any increase in power to my character would make it so that it would become too easy for me. I think my damage is really high at times. Not all the time, but it's at like a good spot for me. Any increase in damage, any increase in key recovery, any increase in key damage, anything just pushes it over the edge. I'm like, for me, my damage is sometimes on the higher side. I understand for most people my damage is absolute shit, which, fine. But if I had better key pulse returns, it would push it over the edge for me. I tried just Path of the Gods alone. And I was like, I never need to use my anima ever again. Ever. It was crazy. I was so surprised at how much of a dramatic difference it made. Just one little effect like that. And then I imagine, well, if I play with 190 plus 0 weapons, if I play with base weapons, then my damage will be too low. I'm at my sweet spot right now. I'm perfectly comfortable with this. Steps 1 through 5, doing this shit non-stop because I can never really tell what's going to happen. Man. Very resistant, right? Yep. It's interesting weaving in Raven Tengu every now and again. You still remember in Against All Comers when after going through fucking Takimaru double feature, they make you fight William one last time. The fight ended with me and William activating our super mode simultaneously. Yeah, I don't blame you for that. That was pretty crazy, just triple boss back to back. It was anime as fuck. Sounds like it. Man, I gotta say, like, Ippon is pretty expensive. I mean, it makes sense, but man, it is expensive. It's 7 anima. Yatsuno Kami is 8. One difference for so much more power. Like, yeah, the stagger is really good with Ippon, as it should be. But, like, holy shit. It's 7 anima. And then you've got, like, Gyuki, which is 7 as well. It's pretty wild. Yeah, dude, I'm always having this conversation. It just surprises me, in all honesty. It's like, you know, when you kind of get used to using other 7 anima cores, and they're, like, really impactful, and then you're kind of like, okay, Ippon really bonked the target and stopped them, which is great. But it's like, it's kind of like, oh, it's just kind of simple. You know? Like, think about it. I'm the player that, like, finds a good way to use Osakabe, Gyuki, White Tiger, fucking Giant Toad of all things. Or using Yatsuno Kami or Tate Ebushi, which are, like, slightly more expensive. And then it's like, for 1 less anima, you can do significantly less damage. You can do a good amount of key damage and stagger. But that's the trade-off. And I'm like, oh man. Like, you're saying if I just waited 1 more anima more, I could do something so much cooler? Or if I use 1 less anima, I can do other abilities? I'm like, damn, son. But that's just my thinking, man. It's just so hard to kind of like go back. Ippon is great. I have no, like, it's awesome. It's a great, powerful core. It's just like, I personally think that it's it just gets hyped up a little much. It's great. It's really effective. It's like really fast and very powerful tool. And I'd recommend many players get around to using it because it's so helpful. But like, it's kind of it's okay. I mean, contrast that to like fucking Kinky. Look at this shit. Just it's hilarious. Like, yeah, it's just hilarious, dude. Just smash right in. It's obviously not as safe. Ippon is just very simple. Bonk. Key damage, stagger. It does exactly what you expect it to. But man, dude, you have shit like Kinky. It's fucking hilarious. It's just so hard to part with it. Well, yeah, and it's really good at stagger. I think it's great. I think it's a solid core. I just don't think it's like triple S tier or anything like that. I'm like, it's really good. I would say it's like really high tier, but it's really useful for many, many players because it's just simple, intuitive, and powerful. But it's kind of like, dude, you got a bunch of other options that can fuck shit up. Yeah, no one claims Ippon is... Well, I've actually had a few people think Ippon is bad, and I'm like, no, it's really, really good. I just don't think it's overpowered and deserves a nerf, and that's my opinion on that. That's pretty much it. It's ridiculous, man. Some of these other cores are just ridiculous. Like, I know I feel very satisfied pulling off a Yoki, especially when you can, like, reach and grab a target, you know? That's pretty cool. Gozuki is fucking, like... Gozuki is just hilarious. It's just like, oh, target's over there. Let's just charge right at him. Let's do that. Fuck it. I'm going to use Gozuki. Just going to charge right at these targets. I also think that many players, and this is not unique to any specific community, it's just a gaming thing in general, is that I think people sometimes chase optimal and try hard and fast and whatever, as opposed to like, dude, just fucking have fun with the game, man. Like, yeah, there's stuff that's gonna be better than others depending upon the player, but you can make all sorts of shit work. This isn't like a multiplayer fighting game where you have to be so crazy on the meta or anything like that. Like, it's a single player game, dude. Please just have fun with it. Alright, let's get Umibozu up in here. Dweller Gang's really good. Yeah, Ippon is like Doom's shotgun. Just good, all reliable. Ippon is very reliable. It does, unfortunately, miss against Saito Toshimitsu, but any Soul Core, anything misses against that piece of shit. You've got so many options with Soul Cores, it's great. Totoromoki is awesome. It's really good too. Like, there are very few cores that I'm like, yeah, I think they could be improved. And I've talked about those. For me, Nioh could be improved just slightly. Very slightly. I think for me the biggest issue is hitboxes. White Tiger is the tracking. Like, if there's a slight elevation issue, White Tiger just, it doesn't work. On flat ground, White Tiger is great, but it's like, you're not always going to be in that situation, and then if a target's just slightly above or whatever, or below, it can be frustrating. And then with Nioh, its damage potential is obscene, but the fact of the matter is you can miss. Like, I would kind of hope that it could at least do 2 lightning strikes at minimum, or even just 1, but it whiffing, like, a lot of the time, I dislike that. Like just missing. Like, you would think, okay, I'm close to a target, Nioh's going to shock everything reasonably close to me, right? That's what you expect based on what you see. But it's like, no, you got to make sure you're at the proper distance to get some hits. It doesn't matter on bigger targets, like, let's say Gyuki, you just, like, use Nioh. Nioh will, like, destroy Gyuki, it's ridiculous. Especially when you can get all the multiple strikes off, then you're like, what the fuck, this thing's busted as shit. That's what it seems like, anyway. But, I don't know, man. I just wish it hit. That's pretty much it. I just wish the Soul Cores would hit. That's it. Just please hit. If it seems like it should hit, let it hit. Well, yes, Ippon hits. But I'm just saying, in general, we would hope all of our Soul Cores would just connect or hit when we use them. Because unless there's, like, the enemy is doing something special and we deserve to miss. But it's like Nioh, if you're close to a target, it whiffs. Or Fuki can feel kind of bad where it's like, oh, you're close to a target, the cannon shot whiffs. And you're like, really, dude? Fuki kind of makes sense because you're like, alright, at least we've got the gun barrel, the cannon, whatever, so you can maintain some distance. But, like, Nioh just, like, shocks everything, and you're kind of like, wait, it missed? How the fuck did it miss? How? How did it miss, dude? That's what can be frustrating. Yeah, again, but I'm talking about, like, most normal enemies. Most normal enemies can not get hit by Nioh. That's annoying to me. Ren and Saito, Toshimitsu, and William even dodging. If an enemy dodges, whatever, that sucks. But I mean, like, a normal, whatever, shitty enemy. Like, even a Yoki, okay? Just a Yoki stays in place, and you're like, alright, Nioh time! Where's the damage? Then you're just like, thanks, I just spent 8 anima and did nothing. Nothing of value. That's what feels bad. Alright, anyway, I got quick cancel, I got pushback. it's just that's why I think Nioh's damage output doesn't need to change. This is just my opinion. I would like Nioh's hitbox to be expanded a bit. That would pretty much it. Just like make sure it actually hits. If not like all the beams, but just like at least one or two. Just something. Yeah, Yomi, Kasha, Yasha is very crazy because you got 3 elements and they're all 3 solid cores and what they do. Yes, Lightning God Yomi does drop a soul core. Right, it's just a weird hitbox thing. That's pretty much it. Power-wise, I can't think of anything I would want necessarily to be more powerful. Even animation times, all things considered. Now that I've spent like a significant time, it's usually just like, can the tracking for this be improved here? Can the hitbox be slightly improved there? Not like, oh, this soul core needs to be more powerful. No Toez, I don't know if No Toes. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Alright, let's have some fun, yeah? So I'm using Gozaki, I've got Umibozu, and I have Cart. So I, right now, think I could benefit from an Area of Effect core and a Summon-based core. So the question is, what would I like? Change transformation, Nioh Tengu. It's gonna be some time since I just started the depths, but I can do that for a guarantee tomorrow at least. Toad? Dude, Toad is one of those soul cores that people dismiss, but it's actually really fucking crazy. It is so powerful that there are many moments where I'm like, I can't use Toad because it's just trivializing things. Again, it's very niche, but once you can reliably exploit that window, it's just beast. I'm like, what the shit is this? This is madness. I guess I can use Onryoki. Do I want to though? I'll use Ubame. I don't need a gap closer, so I will not be using Onyudo. I got, what else? Do I need Ubame? Ubame kind of conflicts. Not sure what I want to put here. Maybe just another all-purpose core. No specific reason. Kiryoki, I guess? Actually, it's like, Umenyudo, but then I'll throw away Ubame. Oh, I don't have a summon-based core, so why don't I go with Fox Spirit? Alright, so Gozuki for super key damage and a gap closer. I got quick cancel core with Umibozu. I can push back with Cart. Umenyudo when I want to commit to a long animation. Fox Spirit for combos and AoE with Onryoki. Great. Well, which, if you fist can trivialize human enemies, yeah, absolutely. I've found good use for all these weird niche soul cores in all sorts of situations. And I test them against some of the most challenging enemies for proof of concept. Scampus? Scampus is pretty good too. Like, I'm determined to figure out how to best use certain things. Because figuring that out and being able to explore a new combat option is just so fun. Oh, what do I feel like doing? Hey, Poindexter, how you doing? Yeah, what do you think of Ninja Gaiden? God damn it, really? Fuck off. I hate this guy for the sloth. Why does sloth have to be 3 years? Why, man? This doesn't need to be that long. I'm fine with it being 10-15 seconds. This is like a whole fucking minute. It's basically saying, use this item, get rid of this status ailment. Otherwise it's gonna suck. Like, I've never had to do it except on this guy. Wait, bitch, what? What? That guy followed me? Alright, sorry, let me see what you said, Poindexter. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden has camera issues. It's arguably one of the most annoying things. It's like, I can't see the shit that's happening. And Nioh kind of suffers from it too. What? Who the fuck? Oh. Whoops. Dude, fuck you! Is this shit over? Wait, I'm getting shot at? Fuck. God damn it. Whatever, gotta win spam, he deserves it. Fucking asshole. Come on! Dude, this level pisses me off so much. Dude, just fighting Akechi Mitsuhide with dual swords was just so sad. Gotta win spam for days. Oh. Some of these NPCs I'm fine with not fighting ever. Alright, you got a Kappa over here. Where do you think you're going? Get back here. Okay. Alright, now I think I gotta go this way. Fuck you, dude. Good job, dual swords. That's what I was depending upon. Elevation sucks. See, Cart didn't do well there. I would hope that it would, you know, kind of angle itself up, but it doesn't, so that's what we gotta deal with. Team Ninja will fix elevation issues in Nioh 3, perhaps. I don't think the Soya... I haven't tested the Soyamaru projectiles, but I do not believe they can. That they can break Shibata's trust. I feel like Kusa's a little wonky with certain things like Blockstone and whatnot. So I guess, sure, tracking issues do exist. That guy died. Kusa dodging attacks are a little weird. It's something you can kind of work around. I haven't had too much of an issue with the Kusarigama dodge attacks. No purple Fuki, unfortunately. Goodbye, Mujina. Goodbye. I just knocked him down. you too. I think when it comes to Kusa's dodge attacks, they're a little weird. You kind of have to dodge a certain way, but they're not too bad. At least that's my opinion. I have issues with Kusarigama like block stunts. Sometimes I get blocked and it's just like kind of weird. A couple of other things, dodge behavior. I don't know about the actual dodge attacks though. That's not something I've gone too crazy studying or anything like that. Yeah, fighting enemies in tight spots can be a little frustrating. Whoa! Fuck! Why Tigers gets so melted with yokai shifts, with how I use it anyway. The underworld does not scale with the player level. Yeah, the brute counter does have an additional hit. You can follow up with it. Fuck! No shame in using fists if things get too hard for me. No, that's why I use yokai shift. Come on, man. See, I'm not a true pro. I don't play Nioh 2 like it's Nioh 1. to snap back quickly? Okay. I didn't expect the Dark Realm transition. I was trying to get confusion off so I could just destroy him real quick. But I guess this will force me to learn. Well, Nioh 1 just is harder for a reason. Nioh 1 can be harder for reasons that aren't fun. Nioh 2 is harder for reasons, in my opinion, that are more fun. That was so risky. Should never do that normally. Damn it! Yeah, you just take so much damage in Nioh 1. One shot over like anything. Fuck. You think Nioh 2 is a lot more fairly balanced compared to 1, especially when it comes to mission levels. Completing Nioh 1 without doing side missions will make you completely underleveled, whereas in Nioh 2 this is not the case. What weapon has the highest skill ceiling in my opinion? That's really difficult to answer. Let's see, the weapons that are the most awkward are the ones that I'm going to consider to have the highest skill ceilings. This basically just requires you to use a lot of different mechanics at once and refine those and time those really well, but I would say some of the more awkward weapons include hatchets, kusarigama, spear, and sword. I think those are the most awkward. I think everything else, people can more or less get somewhat of an understanding. But that's just my opinion on that. Every weapon's difficult in their own way. But I find that most of the time people are like, how do I work with hatchets? How do I work with kusarigama? So I'm leaning towards those being the tricky weapon. No, this is the second boss. Takimaru. Fuck! I thought using Orioki actually would have saved me damage-wise. I don't think fists have the lowest skill floor. Most certainly not. I think the fact that you have to use so many different tools to make them shine is very taxing on many players. Son of a bitch, I'm so dead. You can loop with any weapon. You know what you're doing. And you're also referring to humans. I'm thinking about the whole game, man. I've already acknowledged fists against humans is ridiculous, just like Tonfa is, and split staff can be. Anything that does zero key combos quickly is good against humans. Like, I'm talking about the whole game. For an early player trying to get into the fist, they have to learn how to manage their ki. Already difficult. Switch stances, use a bunch of different active skills, manage different things. Yes, it requires you to use other things. You're basically saying, if you do X, Y, or Z things in addition to that, then the weapon is easy. It's like, no, you already have to complement certain things in order to make it playable for a normal player. That has nothing to do with the skill thing. I'm evaluating the weapon just on its own. You could use the managed key with barrier to any weapon. Shit. Look, I've watched newer players. They're not going to be able to do the things you guys are talking about. They're not. I've watched it timeless time again, based on all the questions that I've ever been asked. Most certainly does not have the lowest skill floor. Are you kidding me? You guys are thinking of like players who've spent a lot of time with the game. When you guys are saying skill floor, you're like, how easy is it to get into the weapon? This is not the easy weapon to get into. Games are doing pretty good, man. You? I don't hate the fists. I don't even think they're overpowered. Just start fine as they are, dude. staff did get bounced. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? If you're telling me, if you can manage all a bunch of things... Let me finish White Tiger, then I'll talk about this. I'll respond to your stuff after I kill White Tiger. No! Fuck! I was trying to do blade spin, not mid-stance quicks. Shit! Oh, damn it. I wanted to do a running attack that way. Evasive shit. No. Stop. I was hoping to do Fang Break. Alright, a win's a win, though. That was pretty tough to do, but it was fun. I'm not particularly good with dual swords, especially with Kusarigama, so that was a bit of an extra challenge. Alright, let's have a chat. Since I was getting so passionate about that, let's have a chat. Let's talk. Alright, let's have a lovely chat. Let me get to the shrine. I need peace. Alright, let's see what I missed. Severian the Apprentice. When you think about it, Gakis are naked under their loincloths. This is information I never needed to know, and thank you for haunting me now. Terrible. Skull Games, where's the best place to farm ethereal accessories? Here's all you gotta do. So, there isn't necessarily like a place to farm them, but what you can do is once you get on higher difficulties, and since you got ethereals, you should have this. Get Lucky Drop Accessory, and then just like kill everything. Get a ton of like luck, ethereal item drop rate, and just hope you get a bunch of accessories, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Hey Bill, it's good to see you, man. Well, get lucky drop and item drop rate. Just you want to just get a ton of accessories and just a ton of shit. Pretty much it. Alright. Fists, in my opinion, do not have the lowest skill floor by far. They do not. The amount of things that a newer player will have to learn is crazy. It's ridiculous. Nioh overall is very difficult in the beginning of the game. And one of the key tools that players have to work with is, of course, the key pulse. So, when I've looked at newer players, every time they're always hesitant about dealing with an enemy up close. No matter who they are, what weapon they're using. It's always like, oh shit, I don't know what this enemy's gonna do. Let me back away and read them. You do that with fists. Fists is not powerful at all. Because fists aren't a ranged weapon. Surprise, surprise. So they need to be close to the target. Okay? They need to be close to the target at all times. That's hard to do. On top of that, managing ki is very difficult for newer players. Most people that I've seen will stick to one stance, maybe two, rarely three. And their ki pulses are just like, it's very methodical. It's like, alright, I'm going to do a bunch of attacks, ki pulse, back away. Do a couple of attacks, ki pulse, back away. Alright? So, ki management is difficult. On top of that, to get the damage boosts, they have to chain their active skills. And what did I just say that most players who play this game won't do? Use multiple stances. That already weakens the power of the fist considerably. So maybe you'll do one stance play, ki pulse every so often. Some players have realized that, and then the ones who are like, hey, how do I manage my ki with fists, which is one of the questions I got all the time with anybody who wanted to try the fists. And I would mention, you can use yokai abilities, you can use flux and flux too, but already you're kind of required to learn these things that most players will never touch on. Ever. Alright? You can... Okay, I'm not trying to diss anybody or anything like that. If you've seen Man vs. Game, he pretty much just sticks to mid-stance at all times. And he's a sword player. Alright? Mid-stance sword. Like, that's it. Quick draw on occasion. I've watched... Like, the people who can play the fist really well can play it well because they know so much about the game. Alright? They understand how to exploit its power to its fullest potential. And they're already really comfortable staying in close range with the target. But you remove a lot of that experience, and it's really hard for somebody to deal with the fists. We can make arguments about, oh, fists is like so batshit crazy powerful. Look how much damage it does, and this, and this, and that. And I'm like, given all the things you have to learn, it seems kind of fair. It's like, alright, you gotta perfectly time all of this and use it at the same time and be at close range. It's like, that's a lot for most players to work with. But yeah, like, it's just, you gotta be there at all times. So I think, given the amount of things you have to learn in order to play the fist well, that it for sure does not have the lowest skill ceiling. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Well, yes, fists have that special thing about being able to be continuous with their attacks, but the reason that people say fist is busted has nothing to do with the basic attacks. Ever. Ever. I've never heard someone being like, fist basic attacks are busted. I've never heard that. It's like battering ram. Okay. You can high stance battering ram spam. It's like, yes, fist skills are really good. They should be, given everything that's required to do so. Can you imagine if fist didn't have that much power, and you put all that investment into it, and you got nothing? That would feel so fucking bad. Terrible. You're like, okay, I got perfect timing on all of this, I can stay close range, I can weave all these skills, I can do all this, and it amounts to nothing. Cool, thanks for no reward. That would feel terrible. Alright, valid points. Now look at endgame players. Go into co-op and 7 out of 10 players are using fists. Why is that? A lot of reasons. One, what I've noticed, and I can't speak to everybody else's experiences with playing the fists, but generally what fists are really good at, if you're good at this by the way, is zero key pressure. I talked about that with humans, and I've used it too. Fists, if you can basically apply the super niche abilities in the super niche situations, and then just push that to the extreme, it's amazing. Alright? You blow up enemies. Like White Tiger. I'm sure I've shown you guys on various YouTube shorts and stuff like that. You've seen me just completely obliterate him because I delete his key, put confusion on him, and then just beyond infinity him at like 10 stacks or some shit like that. Alright? And then just totally melts. But it's such a fringe situation. But with endgame stuff, what I've noticed is that they'll go with things that basically reduce the enemy's way of being able to respond. So it's not just purely fist play that you're seeing. You're seeing it mixed with other things. Depth stuff, what do you see? Confusion looping pretty much all the time. Alright, just get an enemy, drain their key, keep them confusion on them as long as you can. Fist is really good about pummeling them at zero key pressure and just doing a fuck ton of key damage at that point. Just non-stop over and over and over and over again. It is great for that. Alright? And it's easy to do the whole non-stop pressure stuff when you're really comfortable with it. So that's generally what I've noticed. Your last video you saw me fart on a bad guy? Yeah, that's because he deserved it. So that's what you'll notice. But it's just because depths basically forces you to go crazy in terms of like the build elements aspect of it. Whether it's like, let me have a super crazy powerful build, let me make sure I can maximize my damage. Okay, how can I make sure the enemy can't do anything, is basically helpless? Because I need them to be helpless in order for me to survive. That's kind of crazy. So they'll take the elements that have the least risk, or at the very least are easy to do. Alright? So that's kind of where it goes to soul cores like Ippon. I personally do not believe Ippon d'Ultra is overpowered and deserves a nerf. I think it is certainly very powerful. It is a great soul core, but I don't think it needs a nerf whatsoever. And I think that would actually hurt the game overall, because Ippon fulfills the unique role of being the fastest key damage stagger core available. And it's 7 anima, which is, all things considered, pretty expensive compared to other cores. I've heard arguments pertaining to, well, if you can just spam Ippon, then yeah, the enemy gets shut down. I'm like, well, that's more of an issue on anima generation than the soul core itself. In a vacuum, just using Ippon prevents... It does basically reset an enemy, which is great. And it does a good amount of key damage. But that's and it's good at what it does, but beyond that, it's kind of like, all right, well, okay. There are many other things I could do for one less anima or even one extra anima, or even just the same amount of anima altogether. Ippon is fantastic at single target, like, shutdowns. But it's really effective, but I do not consider it overpowered. I think if you were to remove the stagger property of it, people probably wouldn't care as much. It's like, oh, I spend 7 anima. It's a quick amount of ki damage, but there are other options that are just as quick or a little slower but provide more value. And I think one other thing is that players just haven't really experienced. Right, they'd move on to Gozuki, for example. You're exactly right. Gozuki does everything that Ippon does, just has fucking ton of range and just like clobbers everything. Like, it's hilarious. Gozuki is so autopilot for me. That's why I don't use it in Ippon that much. Well, Gozuki wasn't so much nerfed, it just was overperforming because it scaled with item levels or something like that. So it was just kind of weird. It was just like a bug. That now it works and it's really powerful. But yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, Gozuki is just like, bam, smash right into them. Give me like 30% of my Amrita gauge. Do a fuck ton of damage. Do a good amount of ki damage. But yeah, if Ippon had no stagger, there wouldn't be any value to it. And there wouldn't be as much value to it as it currently has. And it's 7 anima. I would agree that it'd be busted if it was like 5 anima, like it was in the beta. Dude, in the beta, it was so overtuned. It was just crazy because it had a different anima bonus, and the way things scaled at the time was that you could just use Ippon on its own, and then you generate a fire pool, and then the fire, like, for whatever reason, the way Ippon worked was that I think it took melee modifiers into account or something with anima bonuses, and it was like, it was just, you could just nonsensically spam it. So I was like, okay, so the issue is that you could spam it and keep a target pressured. Right, exactly, Grandmaster. That's the thing with Ippon. It's a safe option. It is a good option, very safe. And I think it's fine. I don't think it's busted at all. I'm fine with it being powerful. I think just like, if you can afford to spam it with your build, like, congrats, you have a lot of anima generation. But I've been playing this enough and really just experiencing each of these soul cores, whether it be key damage based cores, stagger based cores, similar cost cores, and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, when I compare the power of, say, Ippon to, a 7 anima core to like Giant Toad, they're very different. Giant Toad provides basically no stagger, okay? None. Its key damage, I believe, is the highest in the game. Its damage potential is ridiculous. Its tracking potential is decent. And it's just crazy. Would I use Giant Toad in the same situations I would use Ippon? Absolutely not. But it's like, it's like, alright, I can go good old reliable Ippon, or I can find a way to make use of Giant Toad and slaughter this enemy and be rewarded for that. Alright? And so I'm like, alright, well, same cost, I'm going to try to find a way to take the advantage of the craziest thing possible. So, it's a trade-off. I think they're both effective at what they do. What do I consider busted? Honestly, all things considered, I don't think I find anything really busted. I think, as per what seems like the overarching philosophy for the game design, I think things overall are pretty good. Overall. I think there are things I would like to be improved as opposed to nerfed. I can't really think of something off the top of my head that would warrant a nerf. On the player end, anything. Nerf the depths, please. Feathers? No, look. Don't consider tech in your evaluation of this. Tech is stuff that's extra that we've discovered. People are like, feather spam, feather cancel, whatever. I'm like, well, the item cancel is totally whatever. Sloth is busted? No, it works as intended. I hate it. I hate dealing with it, but whatever, it's fine. It's not gonna like make or break the game for you. 500% damage versus out of key. Yeah, alright, think about typical combat. Not when you, like, It's really powerful, as it fucking should be. Things being powerful isn't a problem to me. It's only a problem if something is really powerful and it's too easy to come by. If things have a high cost, or they're difficult to obtain in some way, and then they're powerful, I don't care. I'm like, go ahead, be powerful. That's why I don't care if someone's like, oh no, beyond infinity damage is the highest in the game. I'm like, if you can time it, all of it, and use in the right circumstance, you earned it, buddy. Congrats. Like, they're fine by me. If someone is doing 70... if someone's doing that much damage with stones, they're definitely hacking. But yeah, my evaluation of if something is busted is basically, it's based on a couple things. Is it easy to do? Is it super powerful? You know, and if you can do it easily and it costs you nothing and it's super powerful, then yeah, it needs to be adjusted. That's why when changing ways, the ability for the split staff was introduced. I was like, dude, the anima gain is ridiculous. Just naturally. I'm like, what the hell? This is crazy. The amount of anima generation that is allotted with this one skill. I'm like, wait, 7 anima with 1 button? What the fuck? It was nonsensical. I mean, I was guilty of changing ways, Ippon. Changing ways, Ippon. And it was like, alright, then they adjusted split staff weapon as a whole because its anima generation was overperforming. And many people decried it. They're like, well, how am I going to do this with my build and this, and that? And I'm like, look, I didn't put any investment and I'm fucking destroying things. Like, what the hell? But yeah, and now I'm like, damn, split staff's still a lot of fun. And I use changing ways for a different reason compared to using it purely as an anima generation tool, which I don't think was the original intent. Looping feathers with Ippon isn't skillful, but those are separate interactions a player has mixed together. Couldn't we say Yokai Shift is overpowered? Because it totally destroyed White Tiger. It totally destroys so many enemies. But how am I going to get to the point of being able to really capitalize on it? It's like, okay, I got to make sure I know how to use my soul cores well. And I gotta be able to do this. I gotta manage that. I gotta know this enemy this. And it's like, there's just so much I gotta know before I can really make it seem overpowered. Alright? I'm a top 5% player. Thanks, I guess. 95% of players can't play like you and have zero desire to learn as the game offers so many easier options. Well, that's on them. I don't give a shit. You think Nioh holds a player's hand too much? What? What are you talking about? No way, dude. Nioh tells you fucking nothing. Go into the game, pick a weapon, and you're like, and if you're a new player, you're like, which weapon do I take? I don't know. Let me look it up on YouTube. What is everybody else using? Oh, fists? That looks cool. But that seems really complicated. What else does YouTube say? Oh, Odachi? Okay, maybe I'll do that. Let me look up a build on YouTube, because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. That's like everybody who plays Nioh 2. In different ways? You beat new game, complete any 10 missions or so, and unlock next difficulty? Dude, if people don't want to play more of the game, whatever. Like, I don't give a shit how someone enjoys the game, man. If they want to do all the stuff they consider as cheesy, go for it, man. As long as it doesn't impact me, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't ruin my experience. You want to do slot spam, like, whatever. Great. Go ahead. Have your fun. Why do I give a shit? I don't care. I don't care if someone trivializes the entire game. Whatever. Go ahead. Go for your one-shot builds. I don't care. Spam Ippon. Generate a ton of anima. That means nothing to me. It doesn't matter because I don't have to do that. The only time I've been frustrated in this game is when I feel like I'm forced to use a mechanic that I've never had to use otherwise. Or I've had to use a tool that I've never used otherwise. That's very frustrating. I like Nioh 2's ability to allow me to do whatever the fuck I want. All right. And that's why I really enjoy being able to mess around with these different things, find a way to make it work, because it's such a fun creative space. Like, I just use Fox Spirit Court. When the right mind uses Fox Spirit Court, maybe like 10 other people on the entire planet use Fox Spirit Court, and even less of them will even think it's good, okay? They'll be like, hey, Fox Spirit Court, it's 3 anima, but it's fucking slow compared to Fire Oni B. Fire Oni B gets the element and is faster and is cooler. And I'm like, okay, that's great. Well, I'm gonna chill over here with my Fox Spirit Core and find a cool ass way to make it work. It's fine by me. Okay, no Gaki spam. Players can have all the cheese they want. I don't care. Provided the game doesn't push that, it doesn't matter to me. You know, whatever. I don't care. Nioh's fun for me. I'm not gonna sit here and decry somebody as a noob because they use X or Y or Z tool. Why spam Ippon when you have Gaki? Okay, it's time for you to take a nap, okay? You've been awake a little bit too long. You're spouting things in a hallucinatory state, so just take a nap. Yeah, I don't honestly think anything needs a nerf. I want certain things to be improved and certain things to be a buff. To get buffed. Do I think, what weapons would I say would need a buff? I don't really know in terms of damage. I know the one thing that I would love for every weapon to have is just more skills. If there's one thing that Fist has that many other weapons do not, it's simply just a lot of variety, which is so awesome. I wish every weapon kind of had the same level of variety that the Fist and the Sword do, because it's so cool. That's the reason why I have the skill expansion mod, because it helps elevate all sorts of other weapons to get, like, you can use more skills here, you can do this and do that, and it feels so fun. Like Axe with the skill expansion mod is so good. Oh my god, it feels so fucking great. It's so hard for me to switch to other weapons when I'm playing the Axe with the mod, because there's like so much shit I can do. It's like, alright, I can do this skill, and this skill, and this skill, and this skill, and this, and this. And I just have so many options. So it's like so many creative things I can mix in. Dual swords are always trash. They're an effective weapon, but the least fun for me. And that's simply just because I find myself getting very monotonous with it. Yes, 64 parries, exactly. And for most players, it's like, alright, I got 4 parries complete with 4 parries, 1 slot. I'm like, come on, man. Let me have it. Let me use them all. You know, Rian King, don't quote me on that. But aside from additional variety for existing weapons, I would also like certain hitbox and tracking things to be improved. That's one of my biggest things. Too late I said it. Yeah, my wife's gonna ream me for it. It's gonna be fun. Thanks, guys. You think more weapons should be able to parry yokai? Yeah, I'm down with that, provided they're not all, like, carbon copied. I think the axe parry is pretty cool. I like spinning slide. I like bolting bore. I like how they function very differently, and they're still very effective if you can play to their strengths. Opportunist, I think, is really cool. I like just reprisal. I like all these different things, and of course, having more sort of varieties. I'm all game for that. That'd be great. That'd be totally cool for me. Axe is too close to just reprisal? I don't think it's too close at all. Axe allows you to do a charged move at will. But anyway, you want fist continuity. At the endgame level that you're at, I want to be able to spam more with the spear, for example, once I know the fights. That's just me. So, I think many players who play Nioh, myself included, have at some point compared it to games like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, given the obvious speed that exists in this game. And one thing I try to show with my gameplay is that speed is not always necessary. I think one of the unique things with the fist is simply that it's really fucking fast. It is probably the fastest weapon in the game, right? I think. Overall, with all of its abilities. Let's see. Sword isn't. Dual Swords has Water Sword, that doesn't really count. Obviously Axe isn't, neither is Odachi. Spear, not exactly. But Fists are, I think, the fastest in the game, if I'm not mistaken. I know Tonfa's pretty fast too, but I think Fists with moves like Beyond Infinity, which is just like the speed of light, you can't fucking tell. And so that's really its strength. It's like, do a lot of hurt, do a lot of crazy things, be lightning fast. With the spear, the thing you gotta play to is the spear range. Yeah, I don't think feathers are busted. If you can normally use feathers in the right circumstance, then they're totally warranted. Now, if you're going to talk about, but you can do feather cancels and feather spam and this and that, then whatever. It's just, the moment you say they're busted in extremely small condition, then I'm like, well, then they're not busted to me. It's, here, let me make the same argument. Giant Toad is busted. And you'd be like, no, it's not. It's so bad. It takes 4 seconds. You can die during the animation, etc., etc., etc. But it's like, alright, but what if an enemy is completely out of key? What if I zero key combo with Giant Toad? What if I do this? What if I do that? And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, it's conditionally powerful. Okay, not a big deal. Well, yeah, feathers do melt bosses in seconds, but you gotta know how to use them. And from what I've seen in speedruns, the feather speedruns, it's usually like yokai shift, let me use feathers, then phantom counter, then feathers, then feathers, then counter, then feathers, then counter. And so they just like spam them back to back to back to back, like a bunch of fire feathers or some shit like that. The backlash I'd get for that if they'd ever used Toad before, it's busted? Really? Let me try. And they do it on floor 1. They get thrashed, yeah. Toad is like just... Like seriously, if you can pull out Beyond Infinity, you can literally substitute that for Toad. And it's just like fucking powerful. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. But again, if you need to know something very specific and you have to be able to apply this knowledge and like really understand it, then I don't think it's busted. Like, that's why I don't think Toad's busted at all. I would certainly say it's very powerful in the right circumstance, just like feathers are really powerful in the right circumstance. But it's you know, you gotta know what you're doing. What I've seen also for feather speedruns, and you can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not too knowledgeable about that, is simply when you deplete an enemy's ki and confuse them, and then just nonsensically feather spam a yokai boss. There's nothing they can do. They take 500% extra damage, and on top of that, they like they're out of ki and they're confused, so they're just getting destroyed. It's crazy. Why would they give 500% out of ki and super early cast? I think it's because the assumption is that feathers? I'm talking about ninjutsu feathers. So let me just bring it up here. So, again, I am removing tech, removing cancels, because those are not necessarily explicitly informed by the game. It's tech. It's special stuff players have discovered. Obviously, with the tech interactions, feathers are fucking crazy. But that's not what I'm getting at here. So feathers are the things like... Here, the Shadow Arts, alright? So, they do a ton of damage when an enemy is out of ki. Alright, they're fucking crazy, and they're really awesome, really powerful. Alright? But to really capitalize... Yeah, it is funny how ninjutsu is like the damage-based stuff, and Omeo Magic not so much. It is interesting. Omeo Magic is far more supportive. And they do seem more like magic than actual magic. But the thing is, you have to make sure an enemy is out of ki. That can be very difficult. Alright? To be able to get them... Sorry, I worded that very poorly. Getting them out of ki and then having to use this can be challenging for many players. Alright? Like, it's again, specific situation to use a very powerful tool. If Feathers just naturally did a fuck ton of damage, I'd be like, well, obviously they're busted. Like, why do they get so much damage? You just throw them out without a care in the world, and then they fuck enemies over? What? Kidding me? But it's like, alright, they do a ton more extra damage when the enemy's out of key. How often can I get an enemy out of key? Getting enemies out of key is like one of the main things you want to do before capitalizing on damage to begin with. Correct. That's already some sort of thing you kind of have to work towards. And honestly, there are many times, especially on higher difficulties, where you might miss out on dispelling the curse if you choose to go for Feathers. Obviously, then it could be like, well, what if I just use different elements? I'm like, okay, but then you are already introducing an extra layer of complexity to accommodate for this really powerful effect. And so at that point, I'm like, all right, well, you're having to learn and do all these specific things before you can really capitalize on this to this fullest, to this crazy potential. Because of those steps that she had to take, in my mind, I think it's reasonable. Like, against Tate Eboshi, you get her out of key. Usually your first instinct isn't to just use one Feathers, alright? I'm not talking about double feather jutsu cancel, okay? That's a whole different matter, and I don't do that because I find it crazy. But just using single Feathers, like normal natural cast, just like 5 feathers, you're like, dude, there's so many other things you could do instead of taking that risk. And you wouldn't, like, that's pretty much my point. Oh yeah, Axel, I totally see that. Again, it's ironic that you can get Feathers by novice, and then it's like Onryo Magic can't get some of this shit until like Adept or later. You can't get familiar talismans and shit until Veteran. Like really? Like, is it really that powerful compared to Feathers? I wouldn't say so. I would say, like, the more niche things, the harder to use things can be on, like, the upper echelons and whatnot. Like, Soul... I wouldn't even say Soul Leech, but, like, Soul Purge being... That's, like, a weird one. Right? Soul Release, Soul Purge, and whatnot. Those are all pretty strange. So, I would put more of the esoteric things on the outside. But that's just me. But, also, and you're right, the Feather Spam thing, not many players do it. Speedrunners do it, yes, but again, how many speedrunners are there? I think I know of, like, 2. One's in chat right now, Axel, who's fucking great at it, by the way. And then the other one I know is Golasrani, and that's it. Those are the only 2 speedrunners I know that reliably do Nioh 2 stuff. That's all I know. I'm sure there's others who have done speedruns, but that's it. I personally find the double Jutsu Feather spam to be busted, but what would that require to get adjusted? You'd have to adjust how the key pulse mechanic works. Also, does it really break the game significantly? No, it really doesn't. And it's such a small niche thing that no one is easily going to do. It's like, I don't care. Well, that's fine. If you disagree, I'm all for that. But I want to understand, how does it completely ignore the game mechanics or enemy behavior? I'm saying it actually requires you to learn a lot about the game and enemy behavior and situational awareness in order to really capitalize on that. Yeah, Guardian Spirit Talismans. I guess they consider them really powerful or something. I don't know. Oh, okay, so I see. So for your metric, you think Barrier is busted. It is really powerful, and it does basically negate the need to key pulse, per se. But we could make the same argument for a lot of other supportive jutsu. And that is the purpose of the jutsu in the first place, is it not? Right? Barrier is great. It's very powerful. It gives the most key recovery in the game, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like 188%. I'm not sure what the build Bible says. But again, they put a lot of assistive tools because they know players are going to struggle with this game. It's key recovery, and it allows you to dispel the yokai realm, which, you know, it's very helpful. You'll see many players go for this. However, there's a lot of other tools which are crazy. Couldn't you make the argument that things like Protection Talisman, just neutralizing damage altogether, is busted? You could say Usagi Clan's busted too, right? Then by that logic, wouldn't Extraction be busted? Because you could pair it with Quick Thumbs. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Couldn't you say Extraction is busted when you pair it with Life Recovery and Unlimited Absorption? I use it. It's busted. Therefore, right? You could also make the argument, oh, you remove all buffs or debuffs, so you don't have to deal with that penalty. Alright, Sanctity Talisman. No, I'm not getting trolled. Smash is serious. You could say Soul Leech. Negates a lot of the need to attack a lot because you get a lot more anima. There's a lot of supportive things, but you're never required to do so. And the Jutsu does its function, I think, really well. They're really good at what they do, but you have to manage your magic and your Jutsu. And some of this Jutsu doesn't even last that long, unless you invest heavily in magic. I mean, you could make the argument that the entirety of Onmyo Magic and Ninjutsu is just busted because it trivializes something in some way. But again, the fact that it requires a specific thing in order to tap into something and knowing when to use it, I'm like, well, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't. I really don't. No game is hard, you just do the thing. I mean, we could make the argument, use Shockwave Talisman with Tonfa, use Shockwave Talisman with Fists, use it with that, and then all of a sudden enemies can't do shit. Oh no. Or Confusion is busted, right? Because on yokai. Because if once you confuse the yokai boss, they can't pop the Dark Realm whatsoever, and they're basically punching bags. You could say that's busted too. And we could go on and on and on about this, but there has to be a certain point where we manage what is appropriate for many players. And it's just how difficult, how esoteric are you going to make your game be? The baseline experience, like, what's nice is that you don't have to use this, ever. I barely use any of these things. I don't like using Sloth because it ruins my own experience. I don't use Barrier because then I'm not as engaged about managing my ki. I don't use a lot of certain tools unless I feel they increase my fun factor. Now, when we play a video game, surprise, surprise, I like to make sure I'm having fun first. The difficulty stuff can be a part of that, but if I just wanted to play a difficult game, I could like I can fucking flip a coin and lose 50% of the time. So, again, if it's not a requirement, it is supportive, and I don't care because it doesn't impact me. But again, that is my opinion. It doesn't matter to me. First and foremost, am I having fun? If so, great. Is there a way to amplify the fun? If so, how? What can I do? If something cheapens the experience for me, then I won't use it. It's generally why I won't, don't need to make the game any harder than it is for players. That's kind of my thing. And the thing is, Team Ninja did give options to the player to make things harder if they like. You have the stone mechanic. Of course, you've got all sorts of weird tools you want to use. Is Gaki fun for me? No. Fuck off. I have switched to just chatting, correct. Hey, Raccoon Citizen. Maggie, you hungry, honey? I got my cat Maggie over here. She's busted. She's overpowered. Right, honey? She's just staring at me, guys. Didn't I use Nekomata and Shinroku yesterday? I think I did. Nice, Smash. I will do Nioh Tengu tomorrow. I've already promised that. I just can't exit the depths right now. Maggie's staring in disappointment of all the wrong that was said. Maggie's on the fists are overpowered camp and so is Feather Cancels. Hey Maggie, what do you think of the Soul Core Ippon-datra? Do you think it's fairly balanced? What about fists? Why aren't you validating what I'm saying? Come on. Come on, Maggie, you're supposed to agree with me, not make cat noises. Come on. I'll use Ancient Nioh Tengu. I don't know about the fan items, but I'll use Nioh Tengu. Alright, we got Nioh Tengu, Harinobo, and Yoki. It's an interesting pair for me. And now, what do I want to put on here? A fire-based core? Let's go with Nenra. Nenra is a big one. I don't mind the conflicting anima bonus. What could be cool with the Guardian Spirit attack? So let's see. I got okay. Ooh, but then the Harinobo and a Nenra. No, I don't. I'll keep Harinobo, but I don't want to use a Nenra with Harinobo. Yeah, but I use Doji all the time. I can do it. It's just kind of bleh. Maybe a Ryomen. Let's do that. Actually, what would be a cool pairing with the Guardian Spirit skill? Hardest enemy for me in the game? I think it would be a purple Nioh Tengu. It's true, I don't use Yomi that much. I used it yesterday. Do I want to use Kasha? I mean, it does work really well. Yeah, but I'm not too enthusiastic. I want to use Ryomen. I will not be using Wheel Monk. Ooh, perfect. On Yudo. Kasha is busted? I don't think so. Hey, Han! You beat Otakimaru on Wise and didn't unlock Nioh difficulty? What? Wait, if you beat Eye of the Beholder on Wise, you should get Nioh, assuming you have the DLC. DLC 3. Alright, it's time to play the balanced fists for chat. Let's go fist axe. The Scampus looking armor was like a limited time deal. So you could probably find a way to get it in, but no, did you buy, do you have DLC 3? know, Smash, if you just happen to pound that, seems pretty good to me. That's why then, you need to buy the 3rd DLC. Also, you will not regret getting all the DLC in this game. The 3rd DLC, some of the craziest shit I've ever seen in a video game. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I gotta pay for it, but it's so good. My favorite is easily DLC 3. Why does he fucking leave like this, man? Can't see shit. It's always fun. You think Yoshitsune is the best boss? I think Yoshitsune is really cool. It's really hard for me to say what's the best. After a while, I'm kind of like, dude, it's all fucking great. That's why you like him? Because you can't do that shit? I guess that makes sense. What? Smash, wasn't that busted? $14 anima for 200 damage. Fuck yeah. Purity, life chain, active skill. That's great. I just wanted corruption. So close. Yeah, Fisser is so busted. Look at that. I had to do super specific thing in super specific situation. Seems busted. That's busted. This is busted. You know what else is busted? This. Look, man. I know I could do smarter things. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do them, okay? We're here for a fun time, not a smart time. What stance is Fist best used in? All of them. Ideally with the Fist you're using every stance. With any weapon actually, you should ideally use every stance. The more tools you use, the better it'll work. That is very difficult though. Fist can be very demanding for that reason. Shit. Fuki is busted, yeah. Saito is balanced. Hey. Like, I'm not a monster, okay? You know, that was really intelligent of me to do. Really smart. But yeah, my advice, if you really want to get the most out of a weapon, is to learn how to use as many skills and on different stances as possible. There's so much more you can do as a result of that. Nioh is the easiest boss? Well, you must be a fucking god. I do not need a buff. Are you kidding me? Confusion needs a nerf. I think that's it. I think that's the whole level. Poofer's nerfed by wife? Nah, my wife buffs me. I'm good. Benkei! Hey, it's your favorite boss, isn't it? see fun gameplay? Fun. Can't see, doesn't help. You know, it helps be able to see. Really? Are you joking? Good job, I died. Benkei is overpowered, needs a nerf. Damn it. Damn it. Well, I got a lot of anima at least. Close enough. Yes, please, dear. Man, I gotta fight Kentucky again. Really? Fine, I'm gonna fight this hatchet foo with my hatchet stuff. Severing Spin is the best skill in the game? Well, I'm glad you find it to be the best skill in the game. How do you get corruption on a demon horde weapon? A ton of luck and farming. Alright, Shuten Doji. Because Team Ninja reasons, Smash, that's it. They don't give a shit. Alright, I got a key pulse, so what do I want to throw on here? Enki? Throw in Fuki. Alright, and then on here, I think I'm gonna try Enenra. That should be fun. So I got One-Eyed Oni, I got Shuten Doji. Speaking of wooden weapons, why are Dojo Masters so OP? Because they're fucking annoying. They're the ones that can get nerfed. The thing with the dojo bosses is that they kind of go against your base expectations of what you think you can do with your character, so they throw you off. Like, the Sword Dojo boss guy can quick draw from like 2 light years away. What does the change transformation reward do? Basically, I'll look like a certain character, so if it's like a character code or something like that, I can do that, or a specific skin. And that's generally what I've used it for. But most players want me to turn into, so the last 2 requests have been for Nioh Tengu, so I will for sure be using Ancient Nioh Tengu tomorrow. Dojos get good or don't progress? That dojo mission sucks. I hate those things. Alright, I got shooter. I do not have a gap closer. Okay. Get some hellish hag up in here. Actually, in second thought, I'm gonna go with Underworld Soldier. No Gaki cosplay. Stop this. Suppose why not? Alright, so let's see what I have in total. Enenra, Shuten Doji. So fire stuff. I've got a weird key damage core. I've got... Yeah, this will be fine. Fuck it, who cares? Let's go. Split staff hatchets with this shit. Do I want split staff hatchets? Second thought, no. I will do Odachi hatchets. I'm gonna reflect his hatchets back at him. What? Come on, throw him! You prick. Get ruined. Ah, don't you love dojo bosses? I sure know I do. Son of a bitch! It's alright, don't worry. Just, this is just him trying to make me take your own hatchet back, bitch. Are you fucking serious? Fuck him. That's what he gets. Bullshit! Do this fucking moonlit snow, you asswipe! How the fuck? What? Alright, he's getting the cannon. I am not in the mood to deal with this bullshit. Cannon to the fucking face. That is what is going down, okay? Fuck you. Come on, please. Fuck you. Shit. Fuck you. Fuck you again. Wave cutter hatchets, thank you. This is depths floor 4. Cannon is busted. There we go. Now we're talking. In fact, this boulder's busted. Shit, we got a purple Fuki. I guess I'm still getting smoothing text. Gives more than 2 buffs. So, yes, you do get 2 buffs naturally, Extraction and Pleiades, but don't forget, increased defense, Umbrita, Absorption. So you really get 3. So it's like 3 buffs for the price of 5 anima. Which is very helpful. It's okay, honey. There we go, reflected its own bullet back at him. How does it feel doing chicken bone on Feral? Did that happen? I didn't think it did. Most trouble the first time I fought them? I remember I had a lot of difficulty with Shibata, but that was also like 5 hours into a stream, so I remember Yoshitsune gave me a lot of trouble too. I don't really remember who gave me trouble explicitly. Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate it. Oh, that's right. Underworld Soldier is crazy right now. Thank you, Axel, for that tech. I legit learned that from Axel today. I saw him do it, I'm like, oh, I didn't know you could bypass that. Feral burst counter apparently bypassed that. I saw Axel do it in this specific room, specific situation. I think it's just for the boulder rolling. I don't really know. That's something you'd have to ask the speedrunner who showcased that to me. Just slap it back with the brute one. I like the way you think, Prime. This is why you're my favorite viewer. Honey, you're my wife. You're not a viewer. So? Prime, you deserved it. Watch next one, he'll say another viewer is his favorite viewer. Yeah, Zero, you're my other favorite viewer. You don't mean saying fuck you, honey? Oh, okay. No, Gaki is not my favorite yokai. You are now my unfavorited viewer. Unfollowed, unsubbed, on everything. Don't worry, Poofer's wife. Someday you'll upgrade to favorite viewer. See, honey, there's still hope. You have to be on the naughty list? Yeah, no complaints from me. You be as naughty as you'd like to be with me. Do not call me a poofy Gaki. That... You guys are being unethical right now, okay? Illegal, unethical, all of you are just...
Gaki hot chocolate?
No! Stop, honey! Just stop. No, no Gaki hot chocolate. Stop. No Gaki onesie. Honey, I need help. So what if you're not my favorite viewer? You're my wife. That's much more of an upgrade. Who cares?
I do.
What do you mean you do? Oh my god! Cares? Fine, you're my favorite viewer, honey, okay? Does that make it any better? What do you mean it's a bit late now? Do you need it immediately? Here's what you smell. Honey? At first there was like a strong whiff, but then
Because I always smell it
it's
like
kind of
it's
weak.
weak. Okay, then I smell it after.
Like, I got a big whiff, but
I did too, but it smells like it's old.
look, my wife is not a female Gaki, okay?
Oh, then Go there, bring it.
If you want to go there, bring it. No, it's not Gaki flavored. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. Doing drugs on stream? Yes, cinnamon. Are you kidding me, dude? Wait, what? You know, you guys, if I see this word Gaki, I'm not responding, okay? That's...
Okay, Gaki, Goofy Gaki.
Honey, please stop. You're hurting my soul. Gaki baby milk? What the fuck? This is so gross. Oh my god. Okay, we're not talking about Gaki vitamins.
Make you big and annoying. Instead of big and strong.
Big and annoying instead of big and strong. Honey, I can't focus on this game. I can't focus on this game. I just fucking can't. Vitamin G. Stop! Gaki nipples, look, you guys are fucked up. Gaki Tony, can you not talk about Gakis? You know, I might, Rian King. I might ban it.
Ban what?
I might ban the word Gaki. You guys are immoral.
Well, you can't ban me, so...
Yeah, that's the problem. I can't ban you. You're my wife after all.
Don't worry, guys. I'll keep saying the word Gaki and keep banging on stream. You can count on me.
Thanks. I'm glad I can count on you too.
Gaki cheese!
Stop! My God! You guys are fucking gross. We're talking about Gaki cheese, fresh squeezed, piping hot Gaki milk with... Oh, these guys are fucking disgusting. Chunky Gaki milk? This is just fucking vile! Gaki prostate exam? Okay. I take that back. Okay, stop talking about Gaki milk. Especially after the prostate exam. Fuck you guys. You want me to change Odachi for Spear? No, because it's you. You hurt my feelings.
What if I said to you, you need spears?
Well, you hurt my feelings too. No, that you bent over. I'm okay. You can decide if you like this song procedure. No, it's okay. How long did it take for me to get all the buffs for the underworld? Buffs for the... Oh, I beat the depths, then I got everything after that. I was actually practicing train throw on Dragonfly. See that? It's just pretty difficult. It's a new thing. Alright, I think this is the last thing I gotta clear, the Sui Key. Wait, is there something below me? Oh, Purple Magatsu, I was wrong. Thank you. You know, Sui Key, you should get out of here. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Grenier. There is a purple up top. Time to go get it. Alright, now that should be a full clear. Oh, alright. Alright, let's see what I got. Oh. Sure. To roll a jewel bonus? What do you mean by jewel bonus? I like how I dodged the groundquake, but I didn't really. I died to everything else. looks like chat's got you covered. See you later, Rian King. Thanks for hanging out, man. Oh, Scythe Yoshitatsu, not a big deal. Ever. Ooh, DLC 3 level. Alrighty. If you're trying to get a better star bonus, it's just luck. Well, sorry, randomness. Not, like, you get lucky, not you need the luck stat. Damn, can't use Mizuki on top of that. But I can use... Oh, but I've already used Yoki today, so I can't use Yoki. Star bonus, there is nothing that really influences that. There's no set anyway. Well, I know I can use Yoki, but I don't want to. I think luck is just rarity of the item. Hey, what's up, Nightly Cat? Gakis are dying as they should, so I guess things are okay. Hey, Shaolin Kaza, how you doing, man? Good to have you here. That was a little hectic. But I lived, so woo! Damn it, I keep forgetting that Twin Phoenix... I did Twin Phoenix 2 instead of Dodge Low. I'm sorry. I'm full of disappointment, am I now? Because I'm not using a rifle build. Yeah, it'd be cool if ranged weapons had a little more integration. I would be cool with that. Damn it. I don't need it, that's why I discard it. I just wanted the soul core. Okay, so I've made it at least to that, but I still got a lot to clear. I picked up stuff that you need. If only I could just give it to you. What? That was pretty brutal. This is depth, so I don't need to save anybody. These are just little missions before I can do a depths boss. How do I burst counter the water AoE attack from Kukai? You need to burst counter the stab that he does with the staff. You have to be like right next to him. So when he goes boosh, you need to burst counter that. Air combo that thing. God damn it. That was too much. I didn't think the Snowclops was there. I thought it was the Magatsu that was in the thing. Damn. Skill modifiers? What do you mean, like the custom active skill things? You can, it's really just, is that what you're talking about? It honestly depends on, it's just another avenue for customization. It's really, really up to you. There is no right or wrong answer with this. I like using them. I like putting key damage. I like using Masterful Slice on the key damage stuff. There is no real right or wrong answer to this. Right. It really just boils down to preference. No, I do not use the keyboard to play on PC. Well, for me, when it comes to custom active skills, I generally don't get too many. Like, I put key damage based stuff on key damage things. I could further customize some things, like, I could add an element to something if I really wanted to. But it just boils down to what I feel like. Other things that I can do is, aside from adding elements, I mean, I don't know, maybe I want more damage with something that doesn't have a key pulse anyway, so Reckless Slice doesn't matter? Not really. On Heaven Flash. It's just a preference. Do you want to min-max something? It's really kind of up to you. I don't really put too much into it, because I play pretty bare bones and pretty lazy. But many players like adding a lot of the elements because it just adds an extra layer of creativity. No, of course. I don't use a lot of them. I'm very bare bones. I just put extra key damage on certain key damage abilities. I like reducing the key consumption of abilities that don't do much damage anyway, like Rainbow Ruse. Stuff like that. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. Weaving in Shock Stopper every now and then is a lot of fun. But again, when you use the custom active skills, it really is just preference. There's no right or wrong answer. If you want more damage on an ability, get it. If you want an element to get it, it's just I don't use that many, so I can't really say, hey, you should use this, or this is what I like to do, or anything like that. I don't know if that answers your question or anything like that, but it is really just a preference thing. Many things in Nioh 2 that are just like, you can just do them if you want to. They're purely a preference-based thing. Wait, Seto Taisho fell off! Yeah, Seto Taisho 100% fell off. You want to see? Alright, watch what happens. Alright, ready? Alright, let's watch this happen in slow motion. Seto Taisho! Wait, it worked? Wait, now it worked? But it didn't work before. Why are you betraying me? Okay, fine. Ah, goodbye, Mojina. just not used to it, Valentine. Exorcist Blade, you can use it to clear, like, it hits everything around you. So, its damage isn't necessarily the best, but it can interrupt and hit everything around you. So, it can be pretty handy in certain situations. Like, for example, the boss Caution Koji, you can just use Exorcist Blade and clear all the clones. Just all at once. As soon as they spawn, Exorcist Blade, boom, all gone. It's that easy. Yeah, it can help with interrupts. Yep, it's pretty nice. Cafe Claire, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I do believe that is everything. Nioh questions about doing damage with the sword? Yeah. I guess I'm the person to ask. I think I have this one. Tateabushi Ongyoki Kinki. Tateabushi Ongyoki and Kinki. Yeah, I don't need this one. Yeah, I was using Lightning Stop Talisman so I didn't get lightninged. So I could be fast. It really helps. But even with that, she's still crazy. Because she hits everything. No, it's fine, Makoto. Let me show my setup. And then I saw that a Cafe Claire wanted some assistance, or someone wanted assistance with sword. So I can showcase some stuff related to that. So, my setup is as follows. I go for 4-piece Amino Uzume, so I can move faster and have greater ki recovery every time I perform a dodge attack. Pit Viper and Red Demon are just there to reduce the amount of ki I consume and increase the amount of ki I have. That's it. Are there better options? Yes. If I wanted a more ki conserving sort of setup, I would use Shinatsu Hiko's Grace, or Grace of Shinatsu Hiko, whatever it's called, and that's it would be much better than what I'm using. I'm using like a budget version of that. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. I have 3-piece Izanami, so I have other realm resistance. Dodge attack, what is it? It's after you dodge and you do an attack immediately, the moment you dodge, you're doing a dodge attack. My weapons are, I go for Corruption, so I can do extra ki damage, and if they're corrupted, I can get some ki back. And then, given that I attack a lot, Life Drain Active Skill really helps me. And that's pretty much it. I get ki damage, ki consumption, just nothing really too special. See, I reduce my ki consumption. A lot of like little handy things. A lot of starred stats which do assist me. But there isn't really much damage. The most damage that I have is on my scroll. Increased attack, wounded enemy, finishing flare, and then I do extra damage to enemies that are out of ki. No, Shinatsu Hiko, let me see if I can showcase what that is. After you do an attack, after you ki pulse, you dodge. I'll show you, Iron Man. So here's the grace that I could use, Shinatsu Hiko's. It would be such an upgrade over what I'm using. 150 ki, already better than Pit Viper. Faster movement on Amrita Absorption. Great, but I don't really need it. Dodge ki consumption goes down. Ki recovery speed boosted. All the buffs that I'm using, the duration goes up. The melee attack ki consumption gets reduced by 30%. All across the board. Why am I not using this? Because I think my character is fine just the way it is. If I increase the power of anything, whether it be damage, ki consumption, ki damage, so on and so forth, I think it'll teeter it more to the point where I'm like not really as engaged. But yeah, this would be a direct upgrade. Alright, so for sword, the thing with sword, and I'll just fight Ren and then call it. The thing with sword is that instead of worrying about how to do damage, think about how to use all the different tools available to it. When you do that, the weapon becomes significantly better. It's very hard for that reason, though. Because you kind of have to be like, oh, I gotta do parry this, I gotta do that. Alright, so what's a dodge attack? So, you dodge, right? And then if you attack right away, that's a dodge attack. That's a dodge attack. Hopefully that makes sense.
嵐吹く予感に似たり その程度
Yeah, Zero, it could have. It could have saved me, but it didn't.
見極めさせてもらう
Alright, see you later, Nioh King.
その程度
Oh, getting murdered. Yeah, but I don't want to go to depths 5 through 10. Everything just gets scaled. It's just a numbers test and I don't care for it, man. Ah.
その程度
Enjoy your descent into eternal darkness. There you go. There's an example of an enemy that's really crazy, but if you use certain sword tools, it's not as bad. Obviously, I had to use a lot of other things too, but that's just kind of the Nioh 2 experience. Do Yomi on +9? No. Alright, here's a one of the most difficult yokai bosses. You'll see how I approach this. Oh! That didn't work well. You're disappointed with the lack of Oda armor drops? I'm sorry, man. Got it. Dash into the waves. Yes. But see, I'm being very mobile throughout this whole fight. That's another thing you should do with the sword as well. My favorite boss music? Probably Nightmare Bringer. And gold. No, unfortunately not Onryoku's theme. Hopefully that gives you somewhat of an idea. But you could kind of see the difference that I was... Hopefully the difference in which I was fighting against her could illustrate what you can do with the sword. A lot of hit and run tactics made a difference. So just constantly trying to stay behind her, trying to constantly like move around her. So when you pair that movement with the sword, with a lot of the defensive capabilities it has, it can be really great. Don't underestimate the value of the running attacks and the dodging attacks either. And then of course you gotta learn like how to use all sorts of different things. And it works pretty well. In case you forget about it, here's a pretty decent way to kind of get an idea of how to really work with the weapon. Just take a look at the Mystic Arts. Increase damage when attacking an enemy from behind with the sword. So right away, alright, I need to get behind an opponent, so I gotta move around, and then I can get damage. And then, alright, there's moments where I reduce my key consumption with dodging, so okay, maybe I want to dodge a lot, maybe I want to move a lot. And then extends the window of opportunity for a timely guard, which you can be a little bit more defensive from time to time. Sword is kind of like the jack of all trades, more or less, and it's really, really good at that. Really good at that variety sense. So when you play to that strength and then mix it in with another weapon that you consider complementary, I pick Split Staff for a little bit of range and a little bit of key damage, then it just helps me a lot. So I'm constantly on the move, and they're very different. So you can use that hopefully to assist you as you play with the sword. Sword can be very ridiculous if you're pretty comfortable just getting used to the like constant motion. But you got to see, hopefully with the human fight, I stood my ground a lot, and then I chased after him, and then parried him, and was very defensive about how I played. And then against the crazy yokai boss that was Nioh Tengu, I was very evasive. Alright, that is good for me. I've streamed 4.5 hours. I think depths bosses were overall okay. Overall interesting. But, oh well. I think I'm good for the night, and I will of course... Oh, wait. I promised that I would be Nioh Tengu tomorrow, so let me make sure I do that now. Alright, we got an ancient Nioh Tengu ready to go for tomorrow. Awesome. Now I'm good. Yeah, overall, good stuff.